Okay. I'm experimenting with a live stream. I thought I would just turn it on. I'm redesigning Karst Valley Railroad. Yesterday, my wife Celeste and I went to Home Depot and picked up some pink foam, and I got one inch sheet 8x4 and one 2-inch thick sheet 8x4. Split it into 48 inches by 16 inches, and stuffed it all in the little Fiat. Just barely got it in there. We're both driving home, going like this. So so this is the first time I've tried to do this. So bear with me. So this is on top of the bookshelves, and the bookshelves uh, go over here on the back wall and then over here. And I don't want to use this part because that's where I put stuff, and the cat loves to sit there. And over here, there's the pass through to the kitchen, so I don't really want to put anything here, but I'd like the future proof it a little bit. So I was trying with this idea of having a turnout go this way. I don't think that's going to work for me because I want to have on this end, this is a tunnel, and a reversing loop as well. And then back over here, it goes up. So this is going to be a 3% grade up. And then have some little industry up here. So I have to be able to come back around and come back down for the other reversing loop. So that means this area has got to be up high. So I'm not going to be able to do this business here. Okay, so, and if you're not familiar with SCARM, this is SCARM. I've been using it for several years now. All right. So I've been playing around with, some of the considerations are if I have this is the incline coming up over here, then I want to be able to have the road go under it. But I also want the little industries on this side of the tracks, and I want a couple industries on this side of the tracks. So I want the rail to go pretty much through the center of town. And I'm loosely basing this on Berryville, Virginia. I just, for some reason, I find that an interesting little place. And that's in a Karst Valley as well. Now, I don't particularly like this solution here where I've got a whole bunch of pieces in here. There's supposed to be only one for these railroad, the derailers or the crossings. And if I figure that this is a nice slope coming down from, an embankment here, that I actually need to have the crossover, the level crossing more down here, which is in the middle of the usable space. Plus, I'm trying to not get it complicated with, 100 switches and turnouts and whatnot. But I do want sidings. So um, I've got the mine over here. Okay, so that's supposed to be for my dilithium or whatever. Um, and then on the up on the hill with the power station. And if you recall, way back then, that was got the plasma ball to make it. You know, it's a Frankenstein's lab up there. Um, so so like 3% grade up that, and then I'm going to have a 1-inch layer, and then the 2-inch layer where the tunnel goes through, and then another 1-inch layer on top of that. So I really the incline is only going to be up 3 inches, so that's not too bad. That the incline is what usually 4 inches, or I I'm going to reserve my take on a 2% or a 3%. I know I can't do a 4% with my little steam powered the scenic railway. Those traction tires just don't make it up the hill. All right, so if I've got this here, I'm gonna now, I don't know, I'll swing this out. I'm not gonna talk through this whole thing. Remember, this is just a test. All right. I'll get this out of the way. So, because I've got 120 inches of bookshelf to deal with, I'm going to break it up into 40-inch panels. I want to be able to take it apart. The 40-inch panels, I mean, it was hard getting 48-inch panels into the car. I'm hoping that 40-inch would make it a little bit easier. But, I'm not planning on moving anytime soon, I hope. So, but I still want to be able to take it apart and move it. And hopefully reuse it. So because I placed that crossing sort of arbitrarily, and here's my 80-inch division here, so that I want everything to line up with that. If I just stick in some 62 millimeter piece here and then kind of work back, I don't mind cutting some of the things. I'd like it a little bit closer than that. I mean, if I don't have to cut anything, that's great. But I don't mind doing that. Okay. Remember to press escape. So let's try a couple of 46s there. So that's too much. 46 and a 29. That's what I hate about these sizes here. I know there was a spreadsheet on being able to figure out the different combinations of Kato track. Frankly, it's just wing it, get it as close as you can, and then just squeeze it together. So that's a little short, maybe 1 or 2 millimeters. So if I use a 33 and a 46, and that's too long. Now I could shorten that up by using a tighter curve here. I'll give that a try. If anybody's out there, give me some feedback in the chat on the resolution that you're seeing. If this is, because I'm using a 2K monitor here, and I'm scaling the, what is it? It's the 1600 pixels vertically, and I'm scaling that to be 1080. So that might not look very good, but let me know. All right. So the farther I can push the crossing, to the left, there's a compromise in there because I need the space on the second level above this track that I'm working on now. But I don't want to use up the center module, and make life difficult here, because this is where there's supposed to be a couple of industries in here, and shops and passenger station. So I'm expecting to have one passenger station on the lower level and one passenger station on the upper level. I'll get rid of those structures. All right, so let's give, so it's 315 millimeter. Also, let me know if this mic is picking me up well. I've got a fan on in the background. Thankfully, it's not one of the hot days. So that's 64 and 29. I'm also kind of keeping in mind the inventory of track, because at this point I've put a moratorium on buying more track. Okay. That looks pretty good. Let's see. Oh, excellent. See, persistence. We'll get some of my persistence from Vinny, I think. Okay, so that's fine. And you look over here, you see that I've got this fairly centered at the 8-inch mark, and here at the 8-inch mark. And this is all going to be underground until it gets out to this point. So now I have to connect up this return here, and 248 is too much. 186, maybe. Let's try the 315s as well. If you go back and look at the previous iterations here that I've tried, I had grand plans for how to turn around. And I had this, the triangle thing. If you go on Google Maps and you follow the tracks from Berryville, Virginia down to Front Royal, you'll see one of those triangle things, and it's also got, it's just a fantastic area. It's got one that goes straight through, and the bridges across the river. Very inspiring. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. Okay, so now I shouldn't be too worried about the the tightness of the radius, because after all, I'm using these 183 millimeter radius, which is fine, but on the off chance that it derails, this is also in a tunnel, I'm going to have to build the upper module so that I can, the upper deck, so that I can remove it. Or I could build a little maintenance robot and send that in with like a grabber to grab the derailed boxcars. All right, so that's not going to do it. Let's stick a straight one in here just to get an idea. So, you know, this is, I started using, I tried any rail, but it was after several years of using SCARM, and I just didn't want to learn something else. Okay, so I've put this curve in there so that it kind of lines up. Now I'm gonna, because the 29 is the shortest one, I'm gonna drop that, the 124. So if and I have a bunch of, I'm gonna have a bunch of the 60 lefts and rights left over from the turnouts. So I don't mind reusing those. They may actually, I mean, that's cost efficient, right? So now that's 120 millimeters instead of 124 millimeters, but that's still too long. So I could do the math, I suppose, but like I commented on Vinny's channel there, the empirical method is best. And plus, this is part of the hobby. I actually enjoy doing this. I explained, so 38 millimeters fits the bill. I call this a multivariable equation, and that sounds awful highfalutin, but it is, because you got to keep a lot of different things in mind. You press on one part of the layout, you got to, you know, do something someplace else, and you got to, because you're modeling this in your head most of the time. All right, so 64, and there's 1 or 2 millimeters left over. That's not okay. So I'm going to go, let's see, if we do a couple of those. You know, I'm sure that there's, I'd like to, whoever invented this range of you know, the different pieces of Kato track, so what do we got? 39 and it's 46, so 44. How do I get 44? You know, there was one scenario that I had where I had like 5 29 millimeter in a row to make it come out. Well, obviously that's not going to work. So the 46 is too short. So if I go 33, 46, okay, so now next one up is 38. Too long. I mean, after a while, it's just like, I'll cut it, but still it's a challenge, and how can I pass up a challenge? Okay. Oh, shut out. 38 plus 2 is 40. Again, let's try the 60. Yeah. All right. So let's bail on that math. Snag this one. Oh, oops. There we go. I saw the cut. I go, yeah, I want to cut that. Okay, so there we go. That made it easy. Now, the other side here, I gotta check again. Is that close enough to be lined up with the 80-inch mark? All right, so it looks good. Okay, so clean up all this junk. The other thing that SCARM does here, a little weirdly, is that to make the tunnels start where you want to, you can't specify. You have to actually split the rail. So I'll snip it. Okay, and then want all of this to be underground. Okay, let's just take a look at what it looks like. So you can't see much. Excellent. That's awesome. Okay, so I'll toss this out of the way. So on this end, this has been working this way pretty well for a while. The mine has got the engine house here, right? And this is the mine shaft here, the head. And so there's a little siding in the back for some cargo because they need to eat too. And then they've got a little tipple on this side, and then I've got enough space for a few cars to receive the ore. Now, I don't particularly like that when the locomotive is pulling the ore cars out through here, it's coming up onto the main line. So I don't particularly like that. I'm limiting that to 3 cars. It's not going to be a huge operation. The mythology of this is that they in 1875 they found these crystals, and they can generate more heat and electricity by bombarding them with microwaves or something like that. And so they actually have they generate electricity. So the crystals get shipped up to the power station, which generates electricity. And don't worry about the physics. All right, and so it doesn't need a lot. Now, I was also going to try to put, because if you look at the Karst learn about karst features and limestone rock and the way the water permeates through and all that. The idea of having septic systems is a bad idea. Okay, you don't want to have septic systems because the septic water will flow right into the drinking water, right through. So, okay, that's a nice to game this. I've made the restriction: no, all of the sewage has to be collected, go to a facility, and there's a facility I saw on. Remember Baldrick from Blackadder, right? Tony Robinson. He did a show where he walked the length of the Thames in the UK, and he visited a poop processing facility, which was awesome because they took the sewerage in, they processed it in these digesters, turned the solids into compost basically, and so that they could use it on fields, and they put the clear water back into the river. None of this, not the way we do it around here, where we process it and then dump it in the river or the ocean, and that's poop. It's still poop going into the ocean. Don't do that. It's the same thing. How people talk about getting plastic in the ocean. I'm not dumping plastic in the ocean. Who's doing that? And tell them to stop. It's not okay. Okay, so here we've got a little situation where these turnouts are not actually 124 millimeters, so it's not a direct replacement, at least as far as SCARM is concerned. So, there's a lot of give and take when you're actually putting these pieces together here. So for now, I'm going to just ignore that. All right. Now I don't want to change this middle section here because yes, I really do want that turnout to line up on the 40-inch mark. But of course, when I came around the top here, now I'm off a bit. So I've got to take a look at this one is split. And so what I was saying is, yeah, you can bend these and you can work out the little the inaccuracies of the plan by just bending them a little bit. And you see that the SCARM kind of takes care of that. That'll look fine in reality. But you can take it too far. And I was bending and pushing on stuff when I was first laying out an iteration of this. And I had it so tense that it would, I got it to the point where I couldn't adjust it anymore. There was so much energy stored as a spring in the track because I had bent it to fudge it. That I just couldn't do anything more with it. I realized, okay, I'm going too far. So now, like I mentioned, in order to have it so that the 3 cars can come through this tipple, I need more run out from that. So I'm going to break off here, have the turnout, and let's try it with this. This might be a good use of, oh, that works out pretty nicely. I don't want it to be too close. Let me turn on the ballast here. See, that buffer is getting a little close, so I'm going to get rid of that. Bring a 186 in. And I can also move this back a bit. I really want the car to be straight when it's at the tipple. So that looks pretty good there. Okay. So you might have noticed that I changed the name of the channel to Dunk Sergeant's Karst Valley Railroad because I got kind of tired of being called Karst, and sometimes I'd go Dunk says blah blah blah, right? Sort of third person, which is kind of silly. I mean, it's fun. I used to play Muds and Moos back in the 80s and 90s, and that was a lot of fun because we stayed in character. We were anonymous. Nobody was supposed to know who anybody else was. We had to stay in character. We role played everything, and we had a great time. Okay, so I'm satisfied with that, the mining business. I need to connect this part up again. And I really don't want to have this huge crossing. So we'll bring that back in. If you look at Berryville, Virginia, you'll see how the main line comes in to Berryville, and then it goes off to a siding. It's a siding now, but if you look at the older maps, you'll see how it went off to another industry. And then it kind of switches down here. There's a cattle industry over here. There's some feed warehouses. So that whole area, of course. I mean, and it's not that far from Salzburg. No, Strasbourg, sorry. Salisbury steak. I was starting to get hungry. And so that's the area, man. I used to live in New Hampshire, and I got tired of the snow. It's beautiful. It was a wonderful place to grow up. Okay, so at this point, I should be able to put this in, and I'll actually, let me, oops. All right, so now we need a right and a 62. Thank you very much. Not a 64. Because I want them to line up nicely. Okay, so there we go. Yeah. Now, it would be nice, however, to have this line up with this. Makes sense. I'm going to now extend that over to give myself the lining up. All right. And get rid of that. All right. So what I'm going to do is just figure out the length here. I'm just going to split that. Okay. Now, all of this business is now kind of not going to be used. I'll just plug this in here. So if I did that right, then here's my 40-inch, and that still lines up there. Okay, fine. Well, let's see. I don't mind having this area that's not going to work, is it? All right, not quite. Now I'm going to back this off so that it lines up. I wish that I could use the mouse wheel in either a horizontal or vertical mode, because frankly moving the mouse is a pretty delicate operation when it's going to move in 2 dimensions at the same time. And I'm still not good at it. Okay, so clearly 186 plus 29 isn't going to do it. See? So if I've got a 124 and let's see, a 64, because I've got plenty of those laying around, right? That's still too much. 38, no. 38, 46, no. 33, 46, sounds good to me. I'd buy that for $1. Now this siding here, I want to keep it on this module. Let's try the 186 plus the buffer. Looks fine. Okay. Now, this one is 2. And in order to make sure that this is going to line up with everything, as far as spacing goes, I'm using a little double track to force it to be, so I don't lose the distance between these two. Alright, so that's not going to line up. Bugger. Okay. That's definitely close enough. How about a 29 and 46? No. How about a 33 and a 46? Nope. And a 38? No. 2 38s? Yes. Go fish. Okay, now I don't care so much about the length of this, as long as it lines up. So now that that's fixed there, if I put a 124 in there, that's going to be too long. And so I'll use a 64 because I've got extras of those. And there we go. Now, if you take a look here, you'll see this is good enough as far as up and down, but this track really should be to the left a bit more. You see this inside rail is at the 1 inch mark. This inside rail could be at the 1 inch mark. And I kind of want to use all of that space because that'll give me a straighter incline. I really don't want to have curve and an incline. It's just too much resistance. Okay. So now that's just kind of eyeballing it. We got what, 4 or 5 millimeters too much. And at this point, I don't want to go any closer to the edge. That's the limit. So again, let's start with a 64 and a 46. No. Okay, how about a 60? No. Alright. So let's see, a 46 and a 64 is 110. And that was too much? But 2 60s? No, I didn't do the math right. Whatever. I got busted in 4th grade for trying to cheat on the multiplication tables. Had to sit in the corner. My legs fell asleep. When the teacher said, "Oh, you can go back to your seat," I could barely stand up. I was going to cry. I was so embarrassed. But then another kid also got busted. He had to sit in front of the teacher's desk. He got busted because he wanted to go to the bathroom. She said, "No, you can't go to the bathroom." He got all antsy. She made him sit in front of the teacher's desk, which he did until he peed on the floor. So I wasn't that kid. All right, let's see. So I need the line back on here. And I need to put a little piece in here. Let's start with that one. See, that's too long. 64. All right, so that's not quite long enough. Let's go with that combination, 46 and 38. Not quite. Interesting. 46 and 46. You know, these small pieces are expensive. All right, that looks good. Remember, this is just like a cargo offloading, and I sketched this myself, so it's not 100% accurate. So try to get the cargo on the flat part. So, that's all right. So I could actually put a couple of cars in there, and that gives me a way of backing in, filling up 2 or 3 cars, and so the locomotive can pull ahead and not block the main line. So whatever the main line is, it can go around, come back, go up the hill, go around, come back. All right. All right. So get rid of this. Clean it up a bit. Get rid of that. Now let's see. Can I? see if I can find the map here. Ooh, okay, here we go. So this is Berryville, 1957, and the part that I here's the main crossing here. So imagine that being sort of the left-hand crossing that I have. But you can see this line, I hope you can see. So they have a turnout. It shows on this map it's after the intersection. Currently, it's before this intersection. I like before the intersection because it makes the crossing a lot easier. But it comes out like this, and these days it pretty much stops here. It used to continue on and go to this industry. Okay, so on one side, and then it would cross the street again and join back with the main line. And also this turnout to come around to the back. I couldn't tell you off the top of my head what that industry was. But that's sort of the idea of the mill, the mine. And then here there's a turnout from the main line. So it's a double track, and that double track goes off quite a ways. But this is kind of interesting because it goes, and then back here another turnout. So you end up with 3 lines, and it crosses that road again. So here's like the seed and the goods here. And then there's another turnout off of that siding that feeds into a long siding here for a cattle yard. So that's pretty cool. And it's this area has got a lot of limestone. They've got coal. And cattle, and you see this orchard here. They probably have a few, this industry here with barrels of apples or whatever, bad apples. So that's where I'm getting a lot of inspiration from. So the idea is, okay, you got the one this is a right-hand turnout and a right-hand turnout immediately. So if I want to actually do that, then I would actually reverse these. So I'm going to do a right-hand turnout here. And so then I'm going to be a left and a 62. A left and a 62. Okay. Did I get that right? So I'm carrying on this. Now, if I want to do this a little more faithfully, you see this one has got the turnout, the right-hand turnout, before the intersection. Okay. And like I said, currently the right-hand turnout is on the south side of the intersection. Now I could kind of do that here, but I got to keep in mind that 40-inch division. I want it to be straight. I don't want to have any diagonals on that. So I'm pretending that, okay, this goes off here. Now the if I didn't have this over here, okay, I'm just going to just ignore that for now. And if I put just a curve in, all right. So that's the right hand, and then the other right hand would be here, and then they have another right hand, and this is going to be a left. And I kind of like this arrangement, but I'm not going to cross the street with this siding unless I move this down, which I might. In fact, let's do that. So that's at the 40. And we got a left, right? Bang. And then let's call this the Orchard Depot or whatever. Can I get away with that? All right. Oh, just barely. All right. So we're gonna, of course, that whole unit there is gonna move even farther to my east. All right. All right. So, of course, the big question is there going to be enough space to actually put a building in here? That's 2.25 inches. So, I mean, this is I couldn't fit, so it's going to be somewhat of a thin building. I don't have any thin buildings at the moment in there. Now, this is off of the main line, and I don't find that particularly useful, so I'm just going to get rid of it for now. And you see that's again it's not a direct, the 481 is not a direct replacement for the number 4 turnout. So just adjust that a little bit. All right, so that's simpler, and like I said before, I'm trying to simplify it as much as possible because I don't want to have the thing filled up with track. Get rid of this altogether. All right, and now again, this is siding here, and it's an awful long siding. So I'm going to reduce that. I'm going to bring this guy over here. Only going to need one of those. And again, you see here, it's really hard on this pixelated. This is the siding coming off that I'm working on. And this is the road. And you see how it crosses over, sort of at a diagonal, and then crosses again down here. Like I said, I think currently it only goes about this far just for storing some stuff. So that's why there's a crossing here to get into this yard. And, you know, it's not a big layout, so I'm not going to be able to fit as much as I would love to fit on it. I may have to, you know, have just simply the poop collection facility here instead of the whole facility. I've been collecting all my medicine bottles, you know, the nose spray, the stuff, and they look like the poop digesters. And I may simply create the industry because I really want to do it, even if I can't fit it on the layout. And just because it's fun, why not? You guys are out there doing these dioramas and everything. They look fantastic. I'll get there. I had one train layout back in, man, I think it was, I don't know, somewhere around 1987 or something. I went out in the backyard and I would smash chunks off of the granite rocks that had a lot of quartz and mica in it, and I'd break it down, and then I'd glue that to the train set to make beautiful cliffs. They were absolutely wonderful. They were better than anything I could, you know, model in plaster. And it weighed a ton. All right, so 46 was too little. Okay. Let's start with a 64 and a 38. Getting these lined up close to that. Now we need something a little bit more, so take this 46 in here. You know, the other thing about using SCARM, because I work in AutoCAD Civil 3D and Autodesk Revit, and they all have different clicky clicks. So I have to, you know, and I've got a 3-button mouse, and you know, to scroll back and forth, I use the middle mouse, and I did that because on a 2-button mouse where you have to press on the scroll wheel, you know, it would change things. I would move and zoom at the same time, and I didn't want to do that. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now, because I'm compressing things, and I want this fruit loading here, and some other goods loading here. I like the long crossing, and that's lined up. See that lined up on not on the 40-inch mark. Now I have some wiggle room because the panels are 48 inches, and I could have a 48 inch and then whatever's left over. So that's, what is that? That's 8 feet, and then a 2-foot section, or I could have, I could even have like a jigsaw puzzle to put it together. So I'd rather have it look the way I want it and cut it up based on where the track goes, rather than basing the track on where the natural divide is. I mean, it is hard to get it to the natural divide. If I could do it that way all the time, certainly I'd do it that way. But God, I'm not going to beat myself up over it. All right, so I'm questioning this 481 here. I have some 315s, and let's see, first move this one down. Now I also have to keep in mind that the see, that is a little bit much. You know, I expect the edge of the ballast to come right up to the wall here, so that I'm going to knock that down. And because I'm going to be putting ballast on these when I use these 60s, because they have that notch taken out of the side of them, so I need something less than 62. 46 is way too short. 29, no. 38. Because the 60s have the notch in them, right? It would look kind of strange to have it just naked like that. There you go. But if I'm doing the ballasting on them, then those notches are going to get hidden anyway. So keeping in mind that this is going up the hill, and this is going to be kind of a tight road turn here, I could move that up, put this on the other side. The crossing on this incline is you know, I don't want it too steep to go up the hill. I also have to get you know, intersections in. This kind of thing. It takes quite a few pieces to put together an intersection. If I have an intersection like that over here, so that you drive along here and then it splits and goes up this way and up down that way. I may not have enough room to do that. I know I'm bouncing around here, but that's the way it is. So here's this, and I'm not going to be using, I may not even use re-railers because I don't want to buy any more track. And I'm making the roads myself. I'm not using any kind of magic asphalt. Okay. out of the way for the moment. See how we. All right, so that's off by a couple of millimeters. Okay, excellent. So in this arrangement, bugger. This was supposed to be up here. Okay, let's do that again. This was supposed to be up here. Okay. And turn off the roads. I'm not gonna dick with the roads this time. Alright. Just throw that over there for now. Okay. Go back to the picture here. So I've got this siding here coming off south of the intersection, or on my map. I'm gonna. Whoops. Ooh, okay. That's a little better. So this siding here, I've got to the west of the intersection. And this is the main line. And so I'm going to have a right turnout just after the intersection. And you get 1, 2, 3 lines in this plan here. So I guess to be a little more faithful to the plan, that's what I'm talking about. All right. And there is no coming through there, so that means I end up with a bunch of these just to kind of keep the distance straight. And then this right one here, which, all right, so that's a left and a 62. See, it lines up pretty nice. And goes down way down here and then splits off again. And if you were to keep on watching, you'd see that, a few miles down the track, this is going to join back up with the main line. I'm going to keep the 2 tracks. Where you see those 2 tracks go off into the distance, I'm going to have it run into the tunnels. Okay? So that's these 2 here. Great. Now, the sooner I can switch off of this siding, that's a right hand, I want a left hand grab here. Okay. And, I may not have the space to do the cattle yard. But I can sort of do it if I if I do a similar thing that I did before, right? If I've got there's a right and a 62, okay? And then rather than using the 62 here, if I have another 124, I could just, I simply can't do the um, the long spur for the cattle. So maybe it's just the, delivering the frozen beef or something. Put a buffer there because I don't want to cross the road again. Now, in future proofing this, if I ever do want to take over the other bookcase on this side here, which I probably could do, then I could possibly have, another line come off and swing around here. It would still have to go through a tunnel, but yeah, that's not bad. Now the other thing about the modules is if I don't stick the track down and if I don't bother with ballasting, then if I stick the track down with something that's really easy to pull up, then when I go to move these modules, then I can just pull it up. If I use like a silicone caulking or something to hold it down, it's really easy to pull up, and I'll I'll let the future worry about it. Just like the government does. Okay. So now that's sort of lined up. I'm going to get rid of all this confusement. All right. Now, if I was to do it this way, all right, that would honor my 80-inch split. This is going to be, and nope, not quite. Get rid of this guy. And no, 124, 46, and 29, 33, 38. All right, so that's nothing to worry about. Okay. Start with a 248. Now let's go back to here. 186 and 29. No. 33. Nope. 38. Too long. Well, that is. Oh, sorry. Hold on. We need to put in the 60. And a 62 would bring us up to level, and that's not. Here's a point at which I can cut it if I have to, and that might actually be a lot easier. I'm going to do that. Snip it off. Thank you, Mrs. Bobbitt. And let's see what we got here. Any chance? No. No. Okay. I think I've only had to cut, in my playing around so far, I've only cut one piece to make like a 70-inch, and using Mike Pfeiffer's suggestions on cutting things, it worked just fine. Okay, now I could have a an S curve or chicane in here to straighten it up to go across, but nah, it's just not worth it. That's 186. Now, remember, this is the incline, and things are starting to get kind of close up here, digging into this embankment. So there's probably going to have to be some sort of retaining wall right here going up this part of the incline. Awesome. And I would like this road to go up. So I'm going to take this out. I'm going to simplify this a bit. Another 248. And okay. How about a 64? Ooh, shut out. All right, so that's a millimeter or two off, but you know what? That's gonna be fine. I'm gonna move this chicanery and the idea of having the road come down here. I'm gonna need an intersection here. I don't know if I can do it. That's all right. Now, I wanted to have this. I wanted to have this come away from the wall so that I could get some trees behind it. Otherwise, I would end up having that track right up against the wall or backdrop. I'm not even sure if I'm going to do a backdrop. I was looking at some Monet paintings, and I was like, wow, that's the backdrop I want. So maybe I'll learn how to paint something in the style of Monet, not Manet, Monet. Of course, I would probably come out in the style of mayonnaise, but there we go. Yeah. Okay, so see this main line here is joining up with our siding. That's not good. Now I'm gonna pull this stuff out of the way, and I'm gonna just, since it's the main line, I'm not gonna at this point as tight on the curve. The 315s are fine. I mean, that's no problem at all. Remember your basic double, this guy here, let's see, you've got this, the double track curve is, the big one is 381 and 414. The next size down is the 282 and 315. And those so the 315s are definitely okay. 282 would be okay. We're not running at high speeds here. Thank God. But see that curve, I would like it to come back around and match up, but I don't think that's going to happen. So that's where I'm going to go to the 315s. Whoops. Hey, oh, heading in the wrong direction. And then, now at this point, I'm going to just cut it, and I'll figure out the permutations later. Ooh. What about my needs? Yeah. Okay. So if that's a 315, it doesn't really matter since this is now coming off on the outside. It doesn't really matter how tight it is. No. But I think I would like it a little tighter than that, so I'm going to use another 315. You know, when I go to build this track, I'm going to have to count how many pieces I have. I know that's arbitrary, but ooh, all right, good enough. That kind of makes it interesting. All right, get rid of this crap. So turn off that, and if I've got this right, layer 1 is supposed to be the incline. All right, so I was hoping that I could do from most of the incline is fairly straight. So I'm going to have the 1-inch foam to start with, because I'm not going to get into rivers at this point. I know I had the river module, but you know, that PVC stuff was just too hard to work with, and it's kind of expensive. So if I've got from 1 inches to up 2 inches, all right, there we go. So 2.6. So I'm not going to end up using. I think these, the Woodland Scenics inclines. They do 2%, 3%, 4%, and I think they're all over. There's like 3 or 4 pieces in a kit, depending on which one you get. So I think the 3% was up 4 inches and 12 feet. I think that's what it was. But I'm not, obviously not going to use all of them. Plus, you know, I who was it? Ron had a video, and he's talking about vertical curves. Working in civil engineering, doing civil engineering software, I wrote a lot of Civil 3D, and vertical curves are a big deal. And when you, especially, I mean, if you watch the videos of the semi truck going over a level crossing, right? And he's got his little legs down too far, and they catch on the rail, and he can't go forward, and he can't go backward. Okay, that means the vertical curve is too steep for him to negotiate. Okay, so that needs to be spread out, right, for him to be able to negotiate that. Would I blame the driver for getting caught on the tracks like that? Well, it depends. Did he forget to put his legs up? Because if he didn't put his legs all the way up, he's going to have trouble. But if his legs are all the way up and he still get catches on the rail, it's the civil engineer that designed that level crossing. It wasn't level enough. You want to avoid that kind of thing. You've got to take your vertical curves into account. Now, Ron was saying that if your vertical curve, first of all, when you have your tracks, 2 pieces of track coming together, and it's natural to have your inclines start. Well, your inclines don't just start in the real world. Inclines have a tangent in and a tangent out, and there's always going to be some curve to that. So the best thing to do is to take from your transition from level to an incline, because the Woodland Scenic inclines are just an incline. You need to have a vertical curve, and the way vertical curves are typically done is either there's a parabolic method, because you've got a tangent in and a tangent out. It's not just a curve. It's not a circular curve, an arc. There's a spiral, curve, spiral. You can get away with that. Now, you're not going to do the math on your layout to do that. So the best thing to do is to take a longer piece of track and span that transition so that it'll have a bit of a curve there. And then you need to kind of compress it just a little bit so that the distance between the point of intersection of the incline and your flat, there's a certain distance there. You don't want to compress it too much, because that'll make it a steeper transition. If you have it so that there's no curve, vertical curve, you're just making the bump happen here. And so as the train is going, as the locomotive hits that transition, you're going to see a bump if it's not a smooth transition. And so that's on the up curve. And and you have transition for horizontal curves, because horizontal curves you need to have. When you're driving your car, you don't go from this position to this position in 0 time. You're going like this to drive. And when you're doing this, you're creating a spiral. So that's really important to have that transition. You can then have a constant radius and then a transition back out. What you do with those Kato transition pieces is exactly what you have to do vertically, right? If you don't have the transition piece, then you see the train is going along nice and straight, and all of a sudden it goes like that because it's going from straight to a constant radius curve with no transition. Everybody in the car, in the carriage, is going to get slammed against the windows when that happens, right? But at slow speed, you don't notice it quite so much. You notice it though. So that's on the up curve. So you don't have that bounce. And you will, if you're coming in fast on a no transition vertical curve, you will bounce. When you come up and over, the same kind of thing. If you come up and over, you're going to, do Dukes of Hazzards. Your locomotive is going to lift off, lose traction, perhaps derail. So you have to have that nice curve spiral to transition from one tangent to the other tangent on the uphill. So the way you do that is you actually, once the incline is put in the foam incline and the foam level, you have to then burr off or cut off so that you have that nice transition there. And of course, the best is going to be 2 lengths of your locomotive, just as a rule of thumb. Okay, just making it up, or 248. So if you can span that vertical curve with 248 millimeters and scale track, you're going to have a much smoother run coming up over the hill like that. You can also, there's, the rules about don't have a bunch of back-to-back curves, right? Horizontally. You want to have, if you're going to go do the chicanery, you want to have the gentle curves. Same thing with the vertical curves, and of course, well, how big of a vertical curve can you have? How many degrees from your incline to your between your tangent in and your tangent out? How many degrees do you want to have max? The consideration there, as Ron mentioned, was your coupler is going to move up, right? So the knuckle couplers are going to be like this. And as one car is transitioning up, it's pulling, and then you get to the top and they start doing this, right? And that's going to increase the probability of decoupling. Or because of the misalignment, then you're going to have perhaps derailment. This section of track here, where I have a little bit of a chicane, definitely don't combine this with a vertical curve because the angles are going to work against you all the time. Now, I'm not so sure that my civil engineering understanding of things is really going to translate to model railroading that much. But when we're talking super elevation and the cant of the rails and that kind of stuff, it's a big deal. There is a lot to it. Okay, so this bridge I wanted to have at 2 inches high. And then, let's see, 2 inches, no, was it 2 inches? No, I wanted this bridge to be, oh, it doesn't really matter. How much space do I have? See, I kind of came on here. I'm going to be 3 inches high. No, 4. I said 4. All right. See, that's a little tricky because I've got the base is 1 inch of foam, and then I have 2 inches of foam where the tunnel is going to go through, right? So I want a 2 inch clearance. And then on the upper deck here, I'm going to put another 1 inch of foam as a cover. So I want to be able to lift that 1 inch piece of foam up off of this top part here to get at the derailed cars. So, you know, let's just do the numbers here. Let's see if I can pull this out of my hat. In this previous one, I had a kind of a complicated situation. All I want is a passenger station and a power station up here. I don't need a bunch of sidings. So if I do 2 of those, I'll just snag here. All right, and then, yeah, that lines that up fine, but I need to have this. Now I don't think I actually have any 282 millimeter 15-degree curves. So I guess I was being a little hopeful. I'll take my previous self's advice. This is a left. And in this case, because there's a little space left over there, I'm going to use a 64. All right. Now, if this is 4, well, no, I just do these. Okay. And so that's 183 with a 2. So this is not going to line up if I did that. So I may have to pick up some tighter. We've got, I don't want to go less than 183. And those are 45s. So the smallest one is the 216 in the 15-degree. All right, that's just not going to work. Here's our 80. Well, that's in with a chance. 64 and 64. Okay. So this whole level is supposed to be a total of 4 inches up. So anyway, I think my hope that this was going to be 3-degree is a little off. All right, of just being straight. So now I'm going to have to go back down and, oops, and take over more track. If I move all of this, we'll go that far. And that's just so that I can turn off all this. And this business here, get that out of the way by putting it on layer 2 and turning off layer 2. There you go. So first I'll reset this to the 1 inch. Alright. And now I'll change it to the 4 inch. Something's not quite right. That is not. Oh. Interesting. Right. I select this one, press enter. That's supposed to set all of them to 1 inch. Yeah? Awesome. Now I change this one to 4 inches. And oh, it's this guy what's messing with me. Alright. I will pretend that there's a crossing here by putting this in, getting rid of this guy. Well, that may have misled me. 2.7. That's awesome. 2.7 is even better than what I expected. So let's just take a look at this in 3D. Alright, so this siding is not our tipple siding is not problematic. There's an incline. There's a bit of an embankment there, and I probably wouldn't put a retaining wall in that. Whoa, that looks pretty good. I think that's probably 60 degrees at the end of the track here. So there may be some need for retainment. And then this siding here that we're looking at is quite a bit steeper, and so I would probably put in a retaining wall here, and enough probably to get a little dirt road next to it as well. Okay. So you get this crossing here, and if you look at Berryville these days, you know, there's the buffer's right here, doesn't recross the road. So that makes it fairly simple, and that's cheaper. This guy here, that's kind of messing up my view. Let's take a look at the bedrock and the gratings. And 2. And these figures are kind of hard to work with sometimes. Because my base, you know, my zero level is actually 1 inch up, I have to then fudge this by putting in a figure that specifies the grading that this area here is 1 inch. You have to cut that. Otherwise, under the bridge, it would go all the way down to 0, this baseboard here. So that looks kind of neat. You know, I still have a road going up. Okay, so that building, that this guy here needs to be at 4 inches. And we're going to kind of wing it here. See, that would look pretty good. I'm going to see, get that one out. And all right, so that's not worth it. And having those, and let's see if I just shove a 186 in there and snip it off. Moil my way along. Let's see here. Let's see, can I rotate that guy? There are strange things done in the midnight sun by the men who moil for gold. Let's see here, 135. You'd think that after years and years of dealing with all these numbers, the same numbers over and over again, you'd think I'd have it completely memorized. Well, I did. In fact, I had them all memorized. All these angles I had memorized in radians, for Pete's sake. Wow, talk about too much. All right. Now, so this is the upper level. That looks pretty good. Let's take a look at it in 3D again. So, you know, there's a little, I'm going to have to put some more bedrock in underneath this guy to make it look good. But see, over on the previous iteration, I have another spur coming out here to feed the power station. Let's turn on the first level. I still have quite a bit of space here for the upper level, so I'm going to actually turn this passenger station around, have him on the other side of the road, the tracks, on the side of the tracks, and then because this is a potential, let's see, I'm going to need a right hand turnout. Yes, all number 4s. Okay. And that's off by 2 or 4 millimeters. Well, you can see that the layer 0, I pulled that in quite a bit, so I'm going to pull it back out. All right. And you know, in real life, I would probably use this geometry and just bend this a little bit and have it connect up. Um, if I had a slightly larger radius on that, let's go to the next one from 216 is 249. Which is a little much. What if I mix it? Good enough. I think that'll snap in place if I can find the right length. Awesome. Good enough. Hey, Uncle Wilbur, instead of saying that's not bad, that's good enough. So after 14 years of working for Autodesk, I kind of needed something a little less aggressive. So now I'm working for the city of Seattle. Let's see, I don't want to use the 240. Let's go. Keeping my inventory in my head here, the 249 and the 216s is a special order. I still have three 315s, I'm pretty sure. And I've seen this power station that's with double tracks coming in, and you know, for like the full ones coming in, it's a coal-fired power plant, but this is going to be dilithium crystal powered. I don't think I really need 2 spurs on that, because I was planning on having, you know, you wouldn't be able to see this looking at it, but the full cars come in into the power plant or next to the power plant, and then they dump into, you know, into the storage facility under the tracks, right? Which then the conveyor belt feeds along into whatever pre-processing, blah, blah, blah it is. I would love to animate the whole thing so that I can have, you know, the cars come up full, dump in the power plant, then underneath the layout, an auger takes the marine, it's marine gravel, you know, that you use in aquarium, and I've got the UV lights to make it glow. And one of the guys has you know, the DCC circuits for running the LED lights that'll fit in pretty small places, hopefully in the hopper. And it's like, gee, that could be pretty cool. Or they glow long enough so that inside the mine, right? I would be great to have the auger returning the gravel back to the mine, which has the UV LEDs in it that charge up the crystals. They come out of the tipple into the cars, into the empty cars. Then the full cars go up to the power station and dump them, and it just cycles back and over. That would be my ultimate animation. Well, I don't even have it built yet, but let's worry about building it first. We can rip it apart and animate it later. Okay, so that's going to be too long. Toss that one in. Sure. Buffer. Awesome. And I'm just going to get rid of all this. I really wanted to have scenery, not just all track. So, great. What do I got? An incline that's about 3% up a bridge so that the people can escape from the town. Another reversing loop and a spur for the power station. Awesome. Now, I'm going to go to my bedrock layer here and add a polygon figure. So this area here, where the bridge is of course at 1 inches. This area here, from here to here, is at 4 inches. So I'm going to just kind of, yeah, I'm going to make sure that this is whoa, that's not my defect. So I'm still vertical position. So the vertical, because this is like a solid, okay, the vertical position is 0 and the height is 4 and the color is my greenish whatever. All right. Now, when we look at it in 3D, okay, so that we don't have that depressed look. If you look at some of the karst features, there's a lot of different interesting features. You remember in the Harry Potter movie, I think it was the last one, the second to last one, they ended up camping on these strange pillow-like rock formation, and then you saw it again at the beginning of the last movie. That's a karst feature. That's limestone that the water has dissolved into the cracks, but you're left with these pillars of limestone. In China, they have these mountains, and they're like pillars, and they've got trees grown off them. The valley is flat, but they've still got these pillars. And then if you look, there's a whole Karst National Park in Slovakia where you see those quintessential cliff faces, and you know, maybe unbeknownst to us modeling these cliffs, a lot of those cliffs are limestone features. And if you look at this whole area of Berryville, I'm just going to bring up. Let's see if I can do this. So if you travel along the 340, okay, from Berryville, let me zoom out so you get an idea of where we are here. So there's Washington, D.C., right? And here's Virginia. You probably can't see the outline, but the outline comes up like this and then down, right? And you got West Virginia over here. I put my finger on the screen, but it's not going to help you any. And you see these yellow bookmarks that I've got here. So as we zoom in from there's Washington, D.C. over there, Leesburg, of course, so there's the Berryville, all right, and then you come down the 340, and you get closer and closer down here into Front Royal, which I mentioned before, and the Shenandoah River, all right. So you'll when you're close to the river, right, and you see something like this, oftentimes that's going to be, you might think, oh, that the river moved, or it could be a filled-in quarry, more like, because this is all gravel and limestone deposits here. Wonderful industry. See, these are they're going to strip mine the heck out of it, right? So that's not part of the river. Right? You see the very different color. But as you travel along, um, let's take a look at the terrain here. Right, you've got these. This is a lot of you know glaciers moving down. This is rippling. This whole Appalachian mountain range was created when the American plate split off of the European and African plates, like over 10 million years ago, or some long time. And you got coal country, but you got this limestone. And one of the um, one of the features of the Karst Valley is these disappearing rivers and sinkholes. Well, of course, the water is dissolving the limestone out from underneath, and all of a sudden, boom, there we go. So here's Strasbourg, and some of these, you go, if I hadn't known better, right, I would again assume that this was mining. Okay, now in this case, that's exactly what it is. Okay, or gravel deposits. But if you go down here, okay, these little ponds here that line up so nicely, those are karst features. That's an underground river at one point, maybe millions of years ago, that eroded the limestone to the point where it collapsed, and so they become ponds, but they may be connected through these underwater cave systems, and so I actually don't have to make a big river. I can just have a pothole and it works out. Okay, so, but I've already bought this bridge, so I might as well use it. So, you know what? Let's run a train. Okay. I probably should save this before my computer crashes, right? Okay, power on. See, if this was a real simulator, then I would expect to hear the flanges grinding on the 183 millimeter radius curves. Yeah, spring points. Yay! All right, we want them to go this way. Let's pull in and drop off a few passengers here. See that little bump there where the track didn't quite meet up? So of course my test is, am I going to foul the points, the turnout when in general. So this is maybe, for this scenario, the train's a little bit long for that. Now M&M model railroads are using the 45-degree. I thought about doing that at first. It's just really tight, and I'm tempting fate enough with 183 millimeters. Okay, so now I'm going to pretend that this is actually the ore, the dilithium crystal train here. See, I don't particularly like that because he's aimed right down the hill. He's stopped on the hill. I don't think that's a good idea. So in this case, I may want to move that bridge, allow that bridge to be part of the incline, and then have a right-hand turnout where this bridge is, and have a spur coming off a siding that I can have flat, where I can pull this train so he's not stopped going downhill. So now I'm going to back him in. These buffers take up so much space on the screen, but see that? It'll just go, okay, that's fine. We're going to go to the end of the track anyway. Don't worry about that big chunk of steel up your pipe. But I think those are supposed to be 50-foot cars, which is a good indication that I really shouldn't have 4. Okay, so let me just axe that one. And So give or take, I could do 3. He's really going off the end. Let's bring him forward a little bit. Yeah. So that'll be sufficient. I probably can put in, a 29 millimeter, extended out, whatever it is. That's going to be simple. Now this whole area where I put this, as I call it, bedrock, is basically the cover on top of the tunnel. So I really need to pull that in order to cover this tunnel. I need to bring it out to where these portals are. So let me do that while I'm thinking about it. All right. So definitely here and here. And because of, I'm going to have the, let's see, which way am I going to have the road come up? I think I'm going to do the road on this side. So let's just peg it there. Up. Okay. See this road here. Let's just fix that up a bit. So these are at 1.14 inches, and that makes it so that the in this program the road looks like it's on level with the tracks. What I'm going to try to do is make it, if you look at some actual street view pictures of Berryville, that crossing is very level. So that's what I'm going for. The Kato track ballast is about 3/16 of an inch. I'm mixing my metric and my imperial, but that's the way it goes. So, and I'm going to be doing. Actually, I think I'm going to be doing clay rather than plaster for the roads, and rolling them, or I may do, if I do gravel roads, then I'll just be using some of that foam board, the paper-backed foam board, poster board. And I don't let anybody pass anywhere in my town. Just don't do that. As far as I'm concerned, the town is small enough you should be walking everywhere. But, DJ Trains, of course, he often mentions, don't forget parking. You got these people working at these places. They need to be able to park. And, I've spent too much time making parking for my people, and this program uses a lot more space for the roadways than it really needs to. I don't think that my actual intersection would take up quite this much space. But I do worry about things like what happens if you have a tractor trailer truck that has to stop at the stoplight after they've come across the railroad tracks? Then the railroad tracks, you know, um, then the crossing lights, the signals start to go. You know, it's a little bit too much thinking. Yeah, I think if I was to design the signals, I would make it so that if the gate comes down for this crossing here, that um, that this light would turn green, so that this traffic can clear out, so that you don't have somebody's minivan half on the tracks trying to get out of the way. And you know what? In my town, there are no blinking yellow lights, and you never get a green light if there's a pedestrian guy. If the pedestrians can go or cars can go, but not at the same time. Never at the same time, because I hate having to, oh, I get to go right, but there's pedestrians, and I gotta wait. It's like, no, I want the barrier to come up to prevent cars from going into the crosswalk when the people are there, and when the cars get to go, the barrier prevents people from getting in the road. It's a misdemeanor charge to get in the road, for pedestrians to get in the road. And oops, I forgot some stop lines there. No, I could have. Yeah, whatever. It's called pedestrian impediment. It's a misdemeanor, and everybody, you know who I'm talking about, gets in the road and stops traffic should be arrested on misdemeanor charges. That's all there is to it. That's the law. It's been the law for ages. If the law is wrong, okay, let's discuss that and change it. But if that's the law, that's the law. Sorry, boys. All right. This and this. Okay. I got some this. Go to layer 2. There we go. Okay, now I need to be able to see layer 2. And I'm going to just snag this part of this intersection. No. I'm going to copy one of these things. Get rid of that for now. And of course, this is going to be now at 4.14. And I'm going to rotate it. Let's see, do I need to rotate it? You know what? No, I don't think I do. Because it just happens to work out that the stop line is for this for visualizing, it's good enough to do it this way. All right, now if I take a look at the 3D of that road, you can see what I'm talking about with vertical curves. You're not going to be, I don't care about cars. I've sure in Seattle, we've got roads this steep. The wife hates them because she gets right up here at the very top, and then the light changes and she has to go uphill. And that was like the first thing my dad taught me how to do. We had back in the 70s, right? With a little pickup truck. We go out on a gravel road and we stop, headed up the hill, at least this steep, and you say, okay, now put it in gear and let's get going. And I'd have to do that without rolling backwards. Okay, so that vertical curve, there's no curve to that. So I'm going to actually, I don't think I can change this one. Can I change it? No, I can't change that one. So I'm going to select this one and this one, and I'm going to just make this come up a little bit. And this one and this one. I'm going to make this one come up a little bit. Okay. Oops. That one was the wrong direction. Needed my, oops. I need, I'm going for this slope to be a little under 10 degrees. All right, so that, see that, I'm not going to get, too caught up in it. But now I need to get the bedrock out of the way. Oop. And move him pretty much up to here. And there. Okay. Now I could go a little lower than that and it would be all right. You'd be able to take off pretty well here. But like I said, on these level crossings, if you have too much of a hump, people are going to get killed. This is not a good road design because there's just not enough space to get up there. So what I'm going to do is actually grab this whole intersection and bring him up. Oops. Let's see. If that was 126, I'm going to say, look, what if I did from here? Let's take a look at the percent rise here. If I go going up. All right. Let's look at what a 9.4% rise for a car, oops, looks like. See, that's not too bad, right? Having the tracks lower is going to make it so that, the truck driver is not going to get hung up on the tracks. And there's plenty of room under that bridge for a raised. So now 1.42. I'm not going to worry too much about the decimal place. Make it like that. Bring this guy up to 1.4. Oops, I didn't want to do that. 4.02. I'm going to make him straight old 4. And 4. And then again select this, and I want him to be higher up to, 10% is fine. Let's take a look and see I've kind of made it a little bit better. And of course I think the I'm going to go for 1.2. same thing again, same tune. They do have, they have half-inch foam. I'm not going back to buy any. I'll build it up with something else. Okay. Awesome. See, this guy needs a stop line. Snip. Split. There you go. It's funny, the tracks say split and the tracks say snip, and this one and the roads say split. Okay. So you see what I did here? Now I'm going to go and change that bedrock. See, I'm not looking at bedrock anymore. I'm looking at my gratings. I'm going to bring, ooh. Oh dear, that's not right. Hello. Let's turn off bedrock. Thank you very much. There we go. So this is the 1-inch guy, and I will definitely want this area to be 1 inch. Okay, and then I'm going to add a 1.5 inch, okay, which is going to be this area here. Vertical position is 1.5, transparent, snap, okay. Take a look at that. That looks pretty cool. And that gives me a nice, back to front height coming down. I could even tuck the auto repair shop in under the bridge, or cat house or something. So having the road back here, yes, this is steeper than I would like, but things are going to have to be compressed. This is 16 inches deep, right? 121 inches long. I'm trying to be real good about not stealing more space from the wife, she who must be obeyed. And this road being back here, so this may need retaining wall, or just around the Seattle area. There's a lot of up and down, and there are they build these retaining walls out of huge basalt boulders, but oftentimes that is it's just the alluvial silt that makes a bluff. Now, in the case of a limestone features, karst features, this is going to end up being an outcropping of limestone cliffs, and it's going to look, interesting, whatever that is. look at the. If I bring up. Let's see. Oh dear. I've been doing computer stuff since 1978. I have a number of files on my computer. And not that I have files from that far back, but over the years you tend to collect stuff. Oh dear. Ideas. Okay, here's a picture of Karst features. It's a little pixelated. So that's, imagine some feature like that going, this, and having the railroad go by on the top. Here's another one where the water has seeped in, dissolved the limestone, and made all these caves. So the possibility of having big caves in the face of this cliff, this is hundreds of feet tall. The first one and this one are called El Torca. I think that's how you say it. Torcal. El Torcal. Torcal. Boy, the first time that I really started getting jazzed up about rock formations and stuff was when I watched Conan the Barbarian, and the scene, the big pile of rocks where he finds that sword, was just so imaginative. Boy, yeah, another picture of the cave system. This is like totally random. There's no water in sight. There's no river. This was created, eons ago or whenever, and then uplifted. And so now you see this. This may have been actually underwater. There may have been flow. These may be dead-end caves. These may have been created by just a boulder rocking back and forth from the waves and digging out the... yeah. So, Torcal de Antequera. And this is much like what a lot of us have on because we use foam board, we have a lot of stratification. Of course, as these layers were put down, this is in the ocean, and the shellfish, anything with the calcium carbonate shell, is being laid and deposited down over millions of years and then turned into limestone, and then through plate tectonics that is being lifted up, and sometimes you see this nice flat uplift, and other times you see where things get folded and sheared and uplifted at crazy angles. So it doesn't take much. And the weathering on this, I know this is not a great picture, but you're going from the whites to grays to sort of a brownish gray, and there may be the part that is with the horizontal stratification lines there are from softer material. Well, limestone's pretty soft. So what's softer than limestone? Well, it might just be mud, whale poo. So there's a lot of opportunities there. That's why I kind of went with the Karst Valley thing. Okay. So that lines up pretty well. I'm going to, there we go. Let's see, reshape that and connect him up there. That looks a little better. Not quite the right. So what I'm going to do is put that and I can split, and so this is level at 1.5, and then it starts to go down, and so I don't want it to go down quite as much, so I'm going to actually pull this up. Oh, I guess not. Which way? I guess you don't notice it. That's fine. So all of this area is ripe for houses or shops. The shops are nice because they back onto this rail. Now, if I have the back of the shops, let's say I have a cargo station, right? You don't want the cargo station to be on your main line. All right, I get it. Well, how many freaking lines do you want me to have? So, where do I want? I do want my passenger station to be on the main line. And I've got this. Let me turn off the layer 2 roads and gratings. So I've got this, if I've got the passenger train coming in here, and so here's the passenger station, right? This would make sense to have the passenger station right there, okay? But say a cargo train comes along, then you want to have enough space for the passenger train to be on this top, the north line. The cargo can go onto this siding and go around the passengers. Okay, fine. But do I need to have it joined back up here? Well, if you look at the picture of Berryville again, after all of that Berryville stuff, you get the two lines, the main line and the not main line, going off, and there you go, off the layout. So I'm cutting that off by just making it go into a tunnel, and there you go. So I'm not going to have another turnout that joins this middle track to the upper track, and that's just the way it is. So if a cargo train is coming in from the west, it's going to take this turnout and then go through the tunnel, and there you go. Now, if there's a problem and this train, the passenger train, needs to leave the station heading east, it's going to go through the tunnel and crash into the cargo train, right? Well, no, because the cargo train will have to be dispatched back onto this spur here and wait for the passenger train to come through. The passenger train, say pretending that he came from a different station, would pull up to this point and then come back on the passenger station track. Okay, where am I headed with this? Okay, number one, I'm not going to put another turnout in here to cross back over. And two, I don't want to block this road if I have to have a cargo train back along this spur. Now, I could limit the length of the cargo train because I'm usually only running three carriages on any train. But if I really worry about that, then maybe I need to bring the road down through here, and that would actually be a little bit more like the 1957 version. Whoa, don't want to do that. Where the road is to the west of the turnout, and the road is crossing both the spur that goes off and the main line. That's all we see here. I know it's kind of hard to decode that. But what that would mean would be, I'm going to say this, it's taking this piece out, taking this piece, bringing it over here, sort of. Now this is wrong anyway because I need to put in the 60. So I'm glad we did this. 60 left. All right, and I'm trying to go from this intersection, this crossing, these two lines crossing, and split the angle, right? So that there's an imaginary line that comes out here, and then these two lines project so that this becomes a nice curve. Now, I don't know if I can, I can't do, what I don't like about this is I really do need to have a road over here. And okay, so let's try this on for size. Because when I first was going to make that hello, this back over here. I'm going to go downtown here, back to Front Royal. Where is it? Front Royal, Virginia. There we go. Now, right here, Depot Ave. All right, Front Royal. This is just awesome. Okay, you see, you've got your triangle thingamajig, and you've got this straight thingamajig coming in here, and you've got it's just a wonderful place. Anyway, when I did this, I had 3 Ys, and in between 3 Ys, you can put 2 15-degree of whatever radius you want. I used 315 millimeter, and it made a nice little Y that fit in the corner, and I could actually have one car the locomotive in one car that I could back in here and go over this way and turn around and go out this way and turn around and go. Well, anyway, so I've got some Y's, and I can stick a Y in there. All right. And if I do the same thing, I wouldn't want to try to do this kind of stuff. Now, isn't that too bad? I just ran out of space. It ain't happening. So I need to get rid of that. And if I had that Y right in the middle, I probably could get away with that. All right, make that a bit shorter. Use one of those 64s maybe. Not quite. Let's see, I'm going to need to line up about there. So what's more than 64? 38 and 38 is 72. That's good. So the road would kind of go and supposedly that's at a 30-degree angle already. All right. And now I'm going to move that. Not 45 degrees. Okay. And then I'm doing that so I can just kind of snap the, let's see. Did I do that before? No, I didn't do that before. Screw that. All right, now I know that if I was driving a car, I could do that. I really need it to be down here, though. Some of this is sort of me wasting my time with aesthetics, because the reality of it is I'm going to get down there and I'm going to lay the track out the way the track is. I'm not doing roads like this, so I really don't want to spend a lot of time monkeying with the road. I just need it to line up the track, right? Oh, it is obnoxious. See, here we go again with the '60s. That is so bizarre. I would have thought that this point would line up vertically with this point here, and they don't. I'm not sure why. Oh, because of this angle, right? So, what if I did, see, I need to have enough space for the road to go out in that direction, right? But let's just try this. So you drive in, you can go this way or you can go that way. And then I would put the angle like that. All right, so now what we're, oops, going for negative 7.5, which isn't going to do it. Negative 15. Yep, okay. See, that's a little weird to me. What if you parked here and this one goes down? I guess you wouldn't have that. Yeah, I'm going to move that a little farther away. Yeah, that would be, I guess that would work out. I don't actually have to have this extra little chicanery going on here. And you know, you look at the maps over the years, and if you want to do that, let's see. Get maps. Topo view. This is the United States Geographic Service, USGS. Your tax money at work. All right. And I'll put the link in the description if I remember. ngmdb.usgs.gov/topoview, TOPOVIEW. And it's pretty cool. So I got Berryville here. And it goes back, topographical maps going back to 1884. And it's like all of the data that we've collected. So 1884, not much to say. There is a station and there is one line running through. And of course, you've got different resolutions. So if we jump up to 1916, not much. I guess that's not a good one, huh? So we're off the map. It's a nice map. Everywhere, it used to be wherever I drove, I would always stop at the local USGS shop, which is usually just, you know, a civil engineer who happens to have a storefront with topographic maps. Everywhere I'd go, I'd get a bunch of topographic maps. That's a lot of paper. So you can kind of cycle through the years. So coming up to 1957. So this is a 1 to 250,000, which is not going to give you much information. So I'm going to select the 24K, and it's going to limit that. So the 24K stuff only goes back to 1944. Don't you love maps? So this is 1944 Norfolk and Western, and you'll notice that I have several Norfolk and Western pieces on the layout. This one is still showing just one, and you don't see big blocks of industry. 1953, 1955. Now you're seeing that detail. I can't actually zoom the map in anymore, so I'm going to zoom the window in. Can I do that? Oh, no, I can't. You nutkins, you. There we go. Yeah, that doesn't really do much. This is the one now that you can see the sidings, the spurs for the. You got the fruit place here. You got the goods place here. You got the stockyard here. You've got three big industries along the main line. Those buildings are still there, but you've also got a couple of little ones in between the road and First Street, I think it is, and the main line, the crossover, and then up the spur behind this industry. I have no idea what that was, and then back down. Like I said, that's the map that I'm working off of. So we're advanced to 1968. We have another spur that goes off to this operation here. If I had a, this area could keep me quite busy. So that's 1968. Let's jump ahead to 2010, 1997. So you see over here the industries have been reduced, right? There's still a bit of complexity here right in Berryville. You still have this spur going off to the cattle yard. You don't have the spur coming up behind this industry. You do have this siding merging back in with the main line. But you've got another, off of this spur, you've got another spur in addition to the previous one going to this big blob here. That ain't no high school. Anyway, let's jump ahead. 2019. Yeah, not much to write home about. It's like the world stopped or something. That's 2016. So anyway, this topo view is a great research tool. It just seemed for this area the most interesting stuff was in 1955. Now, where I grew up, I know this is. Remember, this is a test. I'm going for hours and hours. I got another 2 hours before I gotta quit. I grew up on the north end of Lake Sunapee in New Hampshire. And there used to be, at the turn of the century, just before the end of the 19th century, the steam trains would come up from Boston and New York and Hartford and Providence and wherever the summer vacationers were. And they would come up mostly up to Claremont. So they'd be coming up the Merrimack Valley, okay? And they would, the trains would then come from Claremont over to Newport to the south end of Sunapee in Newbury, and then it would continue on. This is a fairly flat area, and 10, 12,000 years ago, when the glaciers went away, the land started to uplift again, right? Well, at that point, this lake drained to the south and through Bradford, down through Henniker, and on and on and on. And as the land uplifted, it found the next best place to run out, and that came out of the Sunapee Harbor and off to the off into the the Connecticut Valley. Merrimack Valley's over here, Concord, Manchester, and Nashua. Anybody who ever watched The West Wing, Jeb Bartlett was supposedly from New Hampshire, and he had his place in Manchester. And this is Concord. If you go down to Massachusetts, this right here, this is Concord. Two different pronunciations. This is where the battles were fought. Concord down here. Up here, this is Concord. Up in New Hampshire, we pronounce things a little differently. We used to have a Berlin, we call it Berlin now, and Lebanon, not Lebanon, Lebanon, and if you want to hear one of the oldest accents in New Hampshire, not the oldest, but one of the, is to visit this area over here. This is the land of Goshen right here. You go visit Goshen. Nice people, and you will have a fun time trying to decode their accent. Anyway, steam train used to go through here. I just want to take a look. Let's see if we can find something. No. 063 1905. The steam train, I think, ran until 1961, I think. And I really missed out that there was this beautiful steam train that came right through effectively my hometown. This lake is 10 miles long, and they used to stop down here at Newbury Station, and you can see a little siding here. And the people would get off the trains, tourists, and they would get on steamboats. These steamboats were, anywhere from 30 to 100 something feet long, and they would steam around. And there was, in the movie Shining, the huge hotel, there were hotels like that littered about the place. So they would go from Newbury up around Blodgett's Landing, Sunapee, Hastings, Lakeside, George's Mills. That's where I grew up, and there was three or four big hotels. There was Sunapee Lodge, the Indian Cave Lodge, lot of lodging houses, and one of the most famous was the Ben Mere, which if you looked at a picture of the Ben Mere, um, it looks like it could have been from The Shining. God, I hope I spelled that right. Uh, hey, that's where Steven Tyler's from. I grew up with Steven Tyler kicking around. Okay, here we go. Let's take a look at this picture, if we can get it big. All right. You know, it's not as big as the one in the movie, but the steamboats would come in and drop people off, and they'd go around. The mail was delivered by steamer. Um, the Anyway, it was a much more prosperous place back then. There were regatta races, people swimming, sailing, canoeing. There'd be canoe races going down the lake. Okay, so back to this multivariable problem. If I can get this to straighten out in time, see, that is not quite lined up. You know, I don't mind changing this because it's actually, see, this is kind of wacky looking, the chicanery going on there. So I need to, in fact, I don't need to use a 315 there. I think I'll use a 481. So I just need to add a little bit more length to that. 29? Too long. That's tough. That is tough. Well, see, there's an argument for using the 315. Because I can, ooh, bloody. All right, there we go. It doesn't always let me line things up with other things unless I snap on them. Oh, and it moved at the last second. Don't you hate that? Hey, does anybody need me to to do this part of their layout for them? so you don't have to learn how to use freaking SCARM or any rail. All right, 38, 46. You know what? I'm gonna just snip it off. I'm gonna snip this one off too. All right, zoom in here. This corner over to there. Snip off. It's not quite right, but that's fine. Sometimes I can do the math, and by using a flex track, snipping it off, changing my units to millimeters, seeing how many millimeters it is, and then you know, trying to build up that many millimeters using little pieces. I'm going to transfer this to layer 1. Go to layer 1. Okay, turn off all this other stuff. And then so that slope is 2.5% if I start it there, which is not bad. I mean, it's just going into the yellow as far as this software is concerned. All right, now back on the roads here. So the argument that I made before about having enough length on the tipple track here, it's still a thing. So what I'm going to do, turn this road off again. These should be transfer to layer roads. Okay. It's still a thing. So I'm going to have to, let's see, put a 62 in here. Then I can move this up, right? That ain't going to work for me. That's nasty. That's nasty. How about that? Oh. Oh, look at what I did. I typed 2. I've got it at 11 inches. That's not good. You know, I don't blame you for wanting to go back to pencil and paper, because this can be really frustrating. All right. It's just a matter of, well, what this is doing for me is making it so that I can deal with Kato track. And okay, so now it's not working out great for me. This whole idea may have to go in the trash, unless I find a way of snipping off a crossing. Now, you know what? I'm going to just get rid of these freaking crossings, because I'm going to put the roads where I want them to go, and let's see, get rid of this and this. I'm going to put a 186, put that there. I need the 60 because of the, turnout. And I'm going to snip that. Awesome. Awesome. And now, what's nice here of using a 315 is that I can I can then use the 282. There's 315, the 282. So one of these, if I can now figure out, you know what, I'm going to go back to my tried and true way of doing it. There's that, okay? Now, when I stick the 124 in there and snip that off, because I use the 62 here instead of the 64, I can just copy this, and these two ends line up. Now, because the 282 is the inside curve for 315, there you go. Now these two line up, okay? Now, I don't have to mess with snipping anything here since this is a nice spur, and I can just go bang, bang, bang. Check the, see, works out. Okay. Now, if this is the crossing, and I'm going to do that with just clay or plaster, the clay is a little easier to work with on the tracks, I think. I'm projecting. I haven't done it. I don't know. You tell me. If I decide to do cobblestone, though, the clay is going to work out nicely for me. Now, if I come back, select these, okay, I'm going to make these all 1 inch up. 1 inch up. Now, before on my, so these are supposed to be on layer 0. Get rid of that. So the east end is at 4 inches, and now I'm going to I really need to zoom in. And it makes it very difficult to zoom in at the same time. All right. So that's telling me 3.2. So if I include this, right? Oh, look, exactly 3% grade. That's what I'm going to do. 3% grade. And that's going to get me all the way up to here to 4. At which point I go into my bridge. Everything's nice and flat. I don't have to have my bridge on an angle. Okay. Now, if I remember, I'm trying to make this less complicated, okay? This is my 40 inches, and that's fine. I've kind of decided to just lay it out and pull the track up before I take it apart, if and when that day comes. So right here is supposed to be another road. The way it is currently, you know, I could go through. I don't own any of these, so I'm gonna just delete it. I'm not buying them. Fine. And the roadways turn out to be, I think, was it? Let's turn roads back on. 46. Well, that's certainly big enough. 38. So it's showing these as needing 38 inches. I just do that, right, and move this intersection, oh dear, down here. All right. I don't want to have, a stop and then another stop. I'm going to have my artistic license and move the goods and the fruit to the same side of the road. Got enough room here? Not quite. Well, yeah. And if you find photographs of that, you will see that on the ground, and it's actually lower than the road. And I've toyed with the idea of having the sidings lower. In playing around, that means I need, in order to do a 2.5% grade from the main line to the siding, I need basically 124 millimeters to do that. So I can actually, let's see, I can move this out. I'm gonna change this out as well. Get rid of that now. And if I see, I don't want to move this whole thing over because then this spur is not going to be terribly useful. So I'm just going to put a couple of. And this business, if I just decided to get in the mood and cut 186s down to size, then that would be fine. In fact, that's extra cost right there. That split was because of doing the tunnel. So if I just come in here and kind of split this again, snip. All right. Is that a? Darn it. I'm just doing this to measure it. $27 millimeters. Isn't that obnoxious? So I could cut down to 29 to do that. That might be easier. It doesn't leave a lot to work with when you're doing that cutting. You know what? In order to do that, I'm gonna make sure that I really have those lined up. Awesome. Part of this experiment, this stream here, is also how long is it going to take to do a 4-hour live stream and generate the closed captioning for it? I don't know if you've noticed, but I like to have closed captioning because I usually watch videos with the sound off. And so I kind of, and you know, I'm sure you guys do too. Watch videos in German and Italian and Swedish and whatever. All right, so that's what it's supposed to look like. Now, I can get rid of that. I don't have to cut that guy. I want to have a useful length. I really can't move this road any farther to the right. I mean, I could adjust the intersection so it's not a four-way intersection, but I think if I moved it over this way, that's obnoxious. That's only 40 feet, so I don't find that useful. So that's not bad. So 62 and 62 is 124 plus something, so plus a little. I put the 124 in there and then add I think I added 38 on the other side. So there's a nice symmetry there. 124, 38, and the buffer. And it's just enough to put some, to store a couple of cars on. So, my scenario where I had the passenger car on this track here and freight coming through this, but not wanting to collide with the passenger as it came along, I would back the freight into this here, and that means that I'd be limited to how many cars I could do on that, unless I cross the road. But I don't want to cross the road and block the road. So I'm going to pull this over here. I would prefer to use big track. I don't want to use a bunch of tiny little tracks. Although, towards the end of the layout, I kind of have to. I mean, I've had like 400, 500 millimeters of 29s and 38s going along. See, 124, isn't that awful that it's just off by a couple of millimeters? So in this case, I go, oh, okay, off by a couple of millimeters. Let's try 2 64s. Oh, it's so close. I'll squeeze it together. That's fine. All right. And here it was. The wife was thinking I was just going to be relaxing all day. Okay. And way too long. Although I'm more willing to cut a 64 than I am to cut a 62. The 60 is still too big, but 38 is too small. 46 is perfect. All right, same kind of thing here. 64 is too short, so how about 2 46s? No, how about a 46 and a 30? 8. Perfect. All right, now this one, 64, this is actually like 2 millimeters off. Don't particularly like that. So let's try 30. Oops. 33, and a 33 is a 66, which may do it. It's a little long. Is it 1 millimeter long? Ooh, looks like it's 1 millimeter long. Isn't that obnoxious? That's basically the same thing. We're going to need some more odd numbers in there. And an even? No. 33, 38. How about 29? Oh, that's frustrating. All right. So we had a 64. And 33 is a 97. And 38 is too long. 33 is 1 millimeter too long. You know, this is just not worth it. It's too bad that the 264s didn't fill the gap. But at this point, you know, the 124 at this point is just more sanity saving to just snip a 186. All right, save. All right, so folks are able to now get across the road. Grab one of these, copy, oops, rotate, there we go, rotate that, oops, 15 degrees. I'm just going to shove him here. Now remember your conversion factors. We're seeing everything in millimeters right now. I'm going back to inches. 1.14. 1.14. I'm going to actually bring this up to 1.14. There we go. Let's take a look at that crossing. Not quite right. Whoa. This one. All right. So that track is obviously higher than this intersection, and that ain't right. I want that intersection has all got to be at the same level. Not quite sure how I'm going to, if I want to, my level crossings, I want them to be level, okay? The rest of the place is lower down. One of the benefits of, you know, stop using that PVC stuff is that now I can have ditches. Hello. I'm not quite sure what's going on. There we go. Yeah? No? 1.46. 21%. Hello. Hello. Oh, that's strange. Wow, I think I messed something up. There we go. I had 3 or 4 roads on top of each other. Okay, so because I preserved this crossing here, I don't have to have another one come down that way. Great. Okay, now also because I've abandoned the idea of using those, I may still use re-railers. I don't have any. I may still use them. But I really don't want to have to use re-railers. I'm trying to make this so that stuff doesn't derail. And it's so small that I can reach it. Okay? Say. Oh, almost. Turn the structure on. Now, if you take a look, there's no crossing going across this way. This is a problem right here because this is a curve coming into a number 4. Can't do that. Need a straight coming into a number 4. So move that down there. Take one of these, put it up there. Now, it's not going to derail. Actually, in testing, this Y is shallow enough to allow for smooth running. I just don't. I'm not going to trust it at this point. I am not going to trust it. All right, Kato. Thank you very much. Okay. Now, yes, I could spend time figuring out there, and even that's not perfect. This gives me the opportunity of perhaps having another turnout on this area here. If I do this, okay, rotate another 15 degrees. And then, okay, save. So there's kind of enough space. If I put in, see, because of this curve, I need at least a 62 millimeter, 64. Better to have 124 because that's about a locomotive's worth. I could test it with a 38 because the 38 is basically the road width. So let's see, I need a left-hand turnout. And, you know, I have a little slop because I haven't even assembled this structure yet. This is, they have a base for this, for the structure to go on, but I'm not going to be using the base. So although I am going to try to motorize the wheel head, the wheel, I don't particularly care for their the distance between these two buildings. So I may scratch its eyes out a bit. So now you see, this would need to have a 60 left coming off of it. And a 60 right would go here, but you see this? I'd end up really close to that other. So there's definitely a retaining wall there if I had to. Now, if I move that up, I mean, that's not, I don't mind that. If I had a sharper curve, I just need the straight in front of the number 4. And it's sort of a compromise. Now, if and plus I need a straight so that I can get across the road. I can get across the road with a curve, since I'm building the crossing myself. If I do this, okay, if I rotate, uh, 30, there we go. Now I'm trying to line it up with this piece of so I can move this road up. I don't want to foul the points with clay, right? So I'd go roads. I'm going to do it on road layer. That's pretty good. Only off by 5 or 6 millimeters. All right. So now that that's kind of there to play with for now. Now I could put in a really tight curve here, but the 216, but I don't have any. So I'm going to go with the 315. I'm going to have to count how many I have. I at one point wanted to have this spur come through here in between these buildings, which if I split this up, then I would be able to do. But I would have to do some monkeying with the. So if see this wall here, that's lined up with the cargo spur behind. So that's the motor house. Okay, steam engine in there. Guys drinking coffee, smoking dope. There's a porch here and a little stairs down. And then there's how to get through. So I could actually split that. Kind of liking this now. And that makes this area a little more useful. I could actually put the poop facility over here. That's too long. The poop facility is one of those that really does need two spurs, because you get the empties and you get the fulls, right? And so there's a little bit of shunting opportunity. So we can put in a short. Let's see. Let's do another left. And that's a 60 right and a 62, and a 124 would be too long. So let's try doing a 64 here and move this to the right. And then let's say a 38. Yeah, it looks pretty good. No plan survives contact with the enemy. So what I'm going to do here is go to my structures layer. I'm going to ungroup. Yes. Group. And group. All right. Oh, we're kind of went out of sync there. Okay. Now I've got this extra space. Where'd the, oh dear. Okay, that looks good. Just trying to get things on the right layer. Okay. So building this kit, right, I'm not going to put it on the base. These two gray rectangles are the base of the legs supporting the big wheel on the top. And then, you know, you've got your drive cable coming out of the engine house here up to the wheel, right, which is then lowering and raising the bucket thing. So from the mine, they fill up the bucket comes up, they put it in a hopper ready to get tippled into the car, and they do that. Now, you know, I'm not going to get into all of the specifics of how these things work. I just want it to look nice. I want it to not be a source of complaint. Okay, what's it look like now? So that intersection's pretty good. That doesn't look quite right. Turn on the roads. So this guy, I want the left number smaller than the right number, and that's about as close as, so yeah, that's good. Now you see how, because of the, it figures out the sloping, right? And then we've got the station over here is kind of down from the road, so that's not very good. So if I make that at 1.5, you know, these stations, I like the stations where the platform is so that the people can walk straight onto the cars. I don't want them to have to climb up steps to get there. Now I'm using the what is it, Silverton Durango Union Pacific cars. I'm going to repaint those. They're designed for walking up the steps to get on board. But I've got my eye on some of these little trolleys too. The three-piece bendy trains, right? The bendy bus on rails, and that's like the commuter, right, back and forth. I like that, and that needs the level platform higher, platform level higher. So we'll see. For now, though, I'm going to just set that at 1.5, see how it works. All right, that's way too high. That is way too high, I think. Let's bring the train in. Oh, that's interesting. We've got some. Before we do that, I better just fix this up. Okay, that looks okay. Okay, this one is road. Turn off the structure. This is all on level 0. Okay. Structures again. Let's see if this is. We'll try this as a 1.4. Okay. And properties 1.4. So that's basically the level of the road, and then I'm going to bring this whole section to down, and then %. Okay. So remember, I put that bedrock in over here. Now that's interfering. I'm going to back that off. Is it bedrock or grading? Oh, yeah, it was grading. So we don't need it to encroach on the road. We need it to back off, big boy. All right. It's still a little encroaching. There you go. That's a little weird. See, it wants to bring this, shape this terrain down. I'll have to compromise a bit. Yeah, all right. That's good. All right, and that, I should put the level crossing in over here. Fuck. You didn't hear that. Save. Okay. All right. So I'm about to explode here, so we need to wrap this up. I just gonna run the train. And we're gonna do just the 3 passenger cars, I think. They actually, this thing calls it Baga. All right. So if we zoom in here, you see, that's not horrible. I reserve my right to adjust that. Okay, here we go. Okay, that's about it for the Karst Valley Railroad. My name is Dunk Sargent. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.